hello. Volume is low.
All right, everyone, if you could please make your way back to your tables. You will have ample opportunity to get some food, coffee, and anything else you need soon. But first, we're just going to we're going to take a little bit more time and hear some reflections and feedback from the country team. So please, if you can, make your way back to your country tables. Please make your way back to your tables. We're going to start our next session in about 1 minute. And you will have plenty of time to eat, drink, rest, and discuss with your team. Okay, if everyone could please be seated, we'll get started, and soon we can break for lunch. First of all, it's great to see the energy. Clearly, these were very active and hopefully productive discussions that you were able to have among your country teams at your tables. For continuing, again, is Alex Kreco. I'm with the International Budget Partnership, or IBP. Right now, to just kind of build on the momentum that has been generated this morning in your discussions, we're going to take a little bit of time and hear some reflections from the country teams on the discussions around your potential action plans to take forward financing reforms, open budget reforms, and PFM reforms. And again, this is just the first step in a process that we hope and expect will continue in the weeks and months ahead, as the objectives that you have first begun to consider today are fully incorporated into your planning processes and your work stream. So as my colleagues and I and our colleagues from UNICEF and UNDP circulated around the room this morning, we saw some very exciting examples of collaboration and ideas flying back and forth as you began to examine these issues and discuss them in greater detail. And speaking for IBP, we greatly look forward to following the progress of the implementation of your action plans and to supporting your efforts in any way we can as we look toward the near and medium term. So, without any further delay, we're going to open the floor up to you so that you can share some of your thoughts and experiences after your discussion sessions this morning. And so that we can hear some of the ideas that have been elaborated this morning. So there are microphones circulating in the room. So we're going to begin with volunteers. If any country table wishes to give the group a brief overview, a summary of their discussion, first beginning with financing reforms. So as you discussed in your group, what was the main objective? What was the challenge that you identified? What are some of the specific actions that you planned to achieve your goal or your objective? Which parties are responsible for carrying out these actions? What's the time frame, as specific a time frame as possible for achieving these actions? How long do you expect them to take? And then what resources are required to execute these actions? So, following the model that was outlined in the templates you were using, we'll take volunteers to spend just about 3 minutes to summarize their discussion and their plan with regard to financing reforms. And then we'll move on to the other 2 areas of reform later. So please, volunteers are welcome. Yes, the table back there.
Directly? Hello. Do you hear me? All right. So this is the Moroccan team. We worked on the open budgets based on the assessments of the survey we have in. So our approach was try to identify what are kind of the missing things, but the easy things to do to improve the ranking of the country in the global ranking. So we identified basic, but we think very important because oftentimes it's not a lack of information. It's somehow information is presented, consolidated, and made available for the stakeholders. So we identified like 4 main actions. We think that they are doable and they will have an impact on the ranking of the country in the next years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for volunteering to share that. So it sounds like this pertains more to the action plan on open budgets reform. So if you could, you have more specific actions that are planned to take forward in the future to put these reforms into practice, and then who might be responsible for executing the actions? What's the time frame and the resources necessary?
Sure. So the main responsible for executing this is the Ministry of Finance, especially the Department of Budget, because this is in the scope of the department. And for one action is the Ministry of in charge of the relationship with the Parliament and the civil society when it comes to involving the citizens in the preparation of the budget. So those are the main stakeholders. Again, the actions that we chose are not very complicated. So in terms of time frame, so it's mostly on the 2-month, 3 months time frame. Thank you.
And are there any specific resources that you've identified beyond the human resource capacity of the Ministry of Finance, or anything additional that you think might be necessary to achieve these actions?
Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you. We mentioned the fact that it's important to, this is what we did during those days. To be inspired from the experience of other countries that are doing better in those terms. So the support of UNDP I think is very important in order just to convey those experiences. Of course, they need to be localized given the context of the country, but they are a very good starting point to go faster in terms of implementation and not to redo the work again.
Okay, thank you. Let's have a round of applause for the Moroccan table. And you underlined a key point. It's also very important in elaborating these action plans to keep in mind the feasibility of the actions. And so you mentioned that overall these actions are generally straightforward and concrete, and so they're quite feasible over a short time frame to come. So that's great. Yes, the Sierra Leone table, and then we'll move to the Nigerian table. Yes, please.
Abubakar from Sierra Leone, and on the PFM reform, we looked at the aspect of reviewing the financing mechanism to local councils in terms of currently around 1% of the government budget goes towards the local council, which is small, and majority of the citizens reside in these councils, and then access to healthcare, education. This council has a lot of responsibility in addition to late transfer of funds. So we are looking about, and for we now we have an opportunity. The government is currently reviewing the Public Financial Management Act. So we are looking about the aspect of reviewing the financial mechanism to the local council. And we think the Ministry of Finance and the local government departments are the 2 organizations that have to take the lead in terms of this one. And we are looking at it from a 1-year time frame. Of course, we will need technical assistance around that particular aspect. Of course, there also need to be some external pressure. Of course, we will also need the aspect of advocacy and engagement on these issues for the need of to review the financial mechanism, so that at the end of the day, local council will have adequate resources and on time, and people residing there will receive resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, someone else from the. We'll move to the Nigeria table, and thank you to Sierra Leone for sharing that. Yes.
Yeah, good morning, colleagues. My name is Olusegun Elemo for Nigeria. So on the financing reform thematic area, our goal is to enhance domestic resource mobilization for achieving the SDGs. And the key activities we plan to pursue are: 1, to effectively widen the tax net, and secondly, to ensure remittance of operating surplus by government agencies. The key actors responsible are Ministry of Finance, Federal Inland Revenue Service, Customs, the Central Bank of Nigeria, Fiscal Responsibility Commission. We gave a timeline of 6 months to be able to make these interventions, and some of the supports that we require include technical assistance from donor partners, and as well as technical support to digitize tax collection and formalizing revenue collection from the informal sector and a few others. Thank you.
Thank you from the Nigerian table. That's an impressive, detailed plan. It involves collaboration between many actors, it sounds like. So all of the planned actions, there's a time frame of 6 months that's been anticipated. Okay, thank you. Yes, we have many hands raised. We'll get to everyone as long as we have time. We'll hear quickly from the Somalian table and then move to the front with Benin and Togo, Madagascar, Botswana. But yes, we will get to we will get to you all.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Mohammed Osman. I am representing the civil society on this meeting from Southern Institute. First of all, I want to congratulate the team who organized, and we worked as a team with our Sudan counterparts to make use of the time. But I'm trying to cover for Somalia, and we have 2 points. First point is basically since we've engaged the IPP process, our scoring in terms of transparency has improved. We started from low points. Now we're actually like 20 out of 100. And we're really thankful for our leadership and the Minister of Finance, who really understood the process, and they are now taking the lead. The other thing is also the oversight part, which has also substantially improved. But as we were developing the work plan, we found that the time frame part was kind of like something that was not clearly definable, because some of the activities, it's taking time. Like for me, it is the 3rd round that we've got this week. I started 2016. So it took me all those years to get these results. So the time frame part, I think, how can we really find, and the issue of time is basically financing, funding, and technical assistance. So that's one part I want to comment. Then we have our state minister from Minister of Labor and Social Affairs, who are represented here, and he's want to have one comment. In particular, the public participation part, where we have lower scores here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Much has been said. Although first I would like to appreciate the organizers, event organizers, especially UN agencies. The second one is host government, Nigerian host government. Without their efforts, such event could have not been taken place. I would like to straightly focus on transparency. I think we have scored better because last open budget survey report was indicating that Somali got 3, but now in 2021, Somali got 20%. That shows that how the government officials are ready to take this into account. And much we have gained on this, and we will submit to the officials, and will be done better than this in the next event. Thank you.
Thank you, Somalia team. Regarding the fact that sometimes for some of these planned actions, the time frame, for example, may be a bit uncertain or unclear at this stage. Of course, this is an initial first step. Much is yet to be determined or refined. That's what we're hoping you'll undertake as you continue these discussions, both with the counterparts that you've met with this week, as well as your other colleagues in your home offices, your technical and financial partners, and civil society. We'll move to the Benin and Togo table. In Comoros, I see, other hands in the back. We'll try to get to everyone. But if we could hear from either Benin or Togo.
Oui, bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour. Nous disons merci à l'organisation Et le Togo, d'après l'évaluation, a fait un effort, mais il reste toujours à compléter. Et nous avons décidé dans nos actions de renforcer la mobilisation des recettes fiscales à travers certaines taxes que nous allons imposer. Et également, nous allons renforcer la participation de la société civile dans le budget qui se faisait avant mai, qui n'était pas suffisant pour pouvoir améliorer notre budget et avoir un budget ouvert et participatif. Merci.
Okay, that's, yeah. So one of your key objectives is to increase or to improve the participation of civil society in the elaboration of the budget. What are some of the resources that you might need to achieve this action?
Oui. Oui, les ressources, nous avons l'État, mais nous tenons au financement de l'UNICEF et des sociétés civiles et également de la PNUD.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Il y a quelqu'un d'autre?
Ça, c'est au niveau du Bénin.
Ok.
Je suis Yacine Monchor, je suis le directeur des études de la coordination de l'aide au développement. Et j'ai des difficultés pour rejoindre l'atelier depuis le lundi, mais finalement, je suis là. Et ce que nous avons prévu au niveau du Bénin en matière de réforme, c'est l'adoption du cadre national de financement intégré, qui est déjà en cours, qui est adossé à notre projet national de financement du développement, assorti d'une stratégie de mobilisation des ressources. Donc, l'idée, c'est que ce document, ce cadre national soit vraiment adopté par le gouvernement. Et notre action, c'est de mener vraiment une étude spécifique de faisabilité pour mobiliser les ressources de la diaspora. Donc, je pense que c'est des actions phares que nous avons en vue de conduire avec le concours, l'appui technique et financier de nos partenaires d'ici à décembre 2022.
Thank you, and thank you for, specifying the specific time frame. Before we pass to the next table, we just have a brief announcement. For those of you who have a COVID test scheduled for 1 p.m. today, please gather by the door now. The shuttle to the testing center will actually leave at 12:30. So just to make sure everything goes smoothly, please just start gathering by the door now if you have a COVID test scheduled for 1 p.m. Yes, Joyce by the door with her hand raised, please gather by her if you have a COVID test this afternoon. And now we can pass to the table with Comoros and Madagascar. Yes.
Rebonjour, chers collègues. Donc, pour les cas de Comores, on va juste partager pour ce qui est de réforme du financement. Vous savez qu'après l'étude DAY4, on a soulevé certains goulots d'étranglement que nous voulons adresser, plus particulièrement sur le contrôle fiscal. Donc là, on a constaté qu'il y a des manques à gagner. Et donc, nous voulons renforcer le contrôle fiscal en s'appuyant sur le programme des inspecteurs des impôts sans frontières. Il y a aussi un souci sur la digitalisation de l'administration fiscale. Il y a aussi tout ce qui est secteur informel, parce que l'économie comorienne est représentée plus de 70% de l'économie informelle. Donc, on a mené une étude sur comment comprendre ce secteur. Maintenant, nous voulons voir comment mettre en place une taxation progressive de ce secteur d'ici au moyen à long terme. Et puis, il y a aussi la diaspora. La diaspora comorienne, en fait, les transferts de la diaspora représentent jusqu'à 25% du PIB. Et donc, on s'est dit comment faire pour tirer une partie de ces fonds pour le développement du pays. Parce que la plupart de ces fonds vont à la consommation directe des ménages ou bien à d'autres fins individuelles. Donc, voilà, en grosso modo, tout ce que nous voulons faire dans le cadre de l'INFF, de la mobilisation de ressources. Toutefois, l'Union des Comores dans la partie gestion des finances publiques. On a poussé le gouvernement à revoir la loi des finances, la loi des opérations financières en intégrant le budget programme. Parce qu'on s'est convenu, ou bien on a constaté qu'on voulait aller vers les budgets programmes, mais la loi ne nous permettait pas parce que la loi exigeait un budget annuel. Et donc, cela a été fait. Donc, nous travaillons avec l'Assemblée pour voir comment l'année prochaine, nous pourrons disposer des CDMT du secteur de la santé. Nous sommes avec l'UNICEF, le Parlement est là et le gouvernement comorien est en train de mener des actions pour y parvenir. Et enfin, pour tout ce qui est budget ouvert, malheureusement, les rapports qui sont demandés sont faits, mais ils ne sont pas publiés. Et donc, nous voulons prendre des actions pour organiser le ministère parce que quand on avait fait le PFA en 2016, ces documents-là figuraient dans le site du ministère des Finances. Mais une fois l'étude terminée, le site ne fonctionne plus. Et donc, on a pris des engagements pour redynamiser le site afin que ces rapports-là soient publiés et d'autres actions seront prises en compte pour intégrer le secteur de la société civile dans le processus. Merci.
Thank you very much. Sounds like Comoros had a very rich and detailed discussion. You touched upon a number of issues during the morning, including how to mobilize resources from the diaspora, the Comoros, how to mobilize resources emanating from the informal sector, which is a significant part of the economy, how to kind of seize, again, to use the term low-hanging fruit to improve OBS scores in the short term. There are, in many countries, there are immediate ways to achieve gains over the short term in transparency and even on some of the other two pillars. So that's great. Thank you very much for that summary. Next, we have Botswana, and then, yeah, and then Cabo Verde. Then we'll begin with those two, and then we'll try to hear the feedback from as many teams as possible. But we'll begin next with the Botswana team. Yes, Chad. I see Chad as well. But for the moment, we'll hear from Botswana.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Alex. This is Botswana team. We are looking at open budget goal, and the intention here for us is to improve Botswana's performance on the budget transparency, public participation, and oversight. Just to mention that based on the 2021 assessment report, Botswana was placed at 34 under transparency at a score of 6 under public participation and 52% budget oversight. So the action items were developed based on the assessment and recommendation. Our intention first, as the overall action item, is to develop a budget transparency improvement plan, which we intend to start in October this financial year. And the activities under that will be first to train a technical committee on OBS methodology, budget transparency technical committee. The people responsible will be Minister of Finance, who will pioneer UNICEF and Botswana Watch, which is a civil society in Botswana. And the time frame, we intend to start this from November and finish it in December this financial year. And the resource required will be technical, and it will be UNICEF and Botswana Watch. The next thing that we want to undertake is actually to publish the in-year reports, media review, year-end reports, and audit reports online in a timely manner, as this was one of the problems that we had, that we are not publishing and not publishing on time. And the responsible people again will be Ministry of Finance, UNICEF, and Botswana Watch. And it will start in November. We'll publish immediately in November. October, and going forward. Up to December, we'll have completed the exercise. The other thing is develop a citizen budget and enacted budget, which will be pioneered by Minister of Finance, and will start it February next year, 2022-23. And the resource required will be UNICEF and Botswana Watch again. We'll also, I'll be finishing soon. I don't think I'll take more than 4 minutes. Develop guidelines for enhancing public participation in the budget process. And also the timelines is September to December, and they will be using UNICEF and Botswana Watch again with Ministry of Finance. The last one is still to make sure that we develop a transparent improvement plan, will be capacity building on budget literacy for key stakeholders. Here we are talking about parliamentarians and academia, just to mention a few. I think also we intend to start this January 2023 up to December. Thank you very much. I think I have a team here who will assist and fill the gaps.
Thank you, Botswana
Thank you
team.
very much.
Very detailed, very thorough. I also like you have some activities planned for next month. You're planning to hit the ground running. That's great to hear. And you're also planning to involve members of the legislature to build their technical capacity to review budget information and be better equipped to provide input. Many flags up. Cabo Verde was next after Botswana. We might have time for 1 or 2 after that, but there will be a Q&A session immediately after we hear your experiences. So there will be a chance to provide feedback via that session. But for now, if we can please hear from Cabo Verde.
Bom, boa tarde a todos. Frederico Mbassa, da Direção Nacional de Planeamento do Ministério das Finanças, do Serviço de Mobilização de Recursos. Vou aqui apresentar aqui mais ou menos uma visão do que nós temos em termos de reformas para os próximos anos. Aliás, antes de apresentar a visão, eu queria dizer que o nosso time frame é de 2022 a 2026. É dentro do... ok. Mais calmo.
If you could speak a little bit more slowly to help the interpreters out, that would be appreciated.
O nosso time frame é de 2022 a 2026, é dentro do Plano Estratégico de Desenvolvimento Sustentável 2 de Cabo Verde. E para isso, para que consigamos atingir as nossas metas e ter aqui um quadro de financiamento favorável a Cabo Verde, que está já no nosso documento, o que nós chamamos neste momento a nossa Bíblia. Mais baixo, nós temos aqui também que descreve um bocado sobre Cabo Verde e os nossos objetivos. Bem, a nossa estratégia está assente em 5 pontos principais. Tem a ver do lado das receitas, tem a ver do lado dos investimentos, do setor empresarial do Estado, dos investimentos, das despesas e da dívida. A nível das receitas, nós temos um conjunto de reformas já em andamento, em que queremos também alargar a base tributária, como o nosso Ministro das Finanças costuma dizer, se todos pagarmos, cada um paga menos. E isso contribui para o desenvolvimento do país. E também introduzir reformas a nível da janela única de comércio externo, que é um grande objetivo nosso, e fazer com que a nossa Direção Nacional de Receitas do Estado seja também uma autoridade independente. E isso acho que valorizará ainda mais o nosso sistema. E também a introdução da tecnologia em todas as fases do sistema de cobrança de impostos. A nível de investimentos, Cabo Verde sendo um país de rendimento médio, tendo graduado de país menos avançado, nós estamos nesta fase no momento em que as taxas de juros dos empréstimos são cada vez mais competitivas e é preciso que o país saiba não só que tipo de empréstimos contrair, mas também mobilizar recursos a nível doméstico. E isso é importante para a promoção, obviamente, do nosso setor privado e desenvolvimento dos nossos municípios. Nós também temos aqui uma estratégia para as SOIs, para as empresas públicas, que têm tido um peso fiscal enorme no nosso orçamento, de privatização, concessão e parcerias público-privadas, para que consigamos torná-las mais eficazes e que possam cumprir o seu papel de desenvolvimento a nível do país. E, claro, nós tínhamos uma estratégia de gestão da dívida até 2023, de 2017 a 2023, mas com a pandemia foi interrompida e neste momento estamos num novo rearranjo de gestão da nossa dívida pública, em que também a questão do financiamento sustentável, que tenha pouco peso na dívida pública, que não tenha garantias nem aval do Estado, é algo extremamente importante. E claro, uma das coisas muito importantes a nível do nosso orçamento, tenho aqui o meu colega de orçamento, é a racionalização das despesas públicas. Por isso, é a nossa estratégia num horizonte 2022-2026 e envolve o Ministério das Finanças e de Promoção Empresarial, mas envolve todos os outros ministérios setoriais sob liderança do Gabinete do Primeiro-Ministro. Obrigado.
Obrigado. Thank you. The Cabo Verde table focused a lot on the mobilization of resources and how to, again, involve the diaspora, acknowledging the major role that remittances play, but also increasing tax recovery, and also trying to augment other sources of state resources. Given that it's 12:30 and we do not want to keep you from your lunch any longer than we have to, we are going to move on to the Q&A session now. But we're very grateful to see such a level of interest and excitement to share the results of your discussions this morning. And we at IBP and our UN colleagues are very much looking forward to following up with each of you and tracking the process of your discussions when you return to your country offices and you begin to identify ways to put your actions into practice and gather the necessary stakeholders and resources. So this is not the end of the discussion, it's just the first step, and we look forward to continuing it with you. But for now, we will take time for a Q&A session. I have some colleagues on the stage here who can help respond to the 3 different action plan domains that we covered. So we have Bob Muchabaiwa from UNICEF, my colleague Sally Torbert from IBP, and Oria Goni from UNDP. So if you have any questions about the experiences that were shared by some of the country teams or the process of elaborating an action plan in general, please, we'd love to hear from you. No questions. There must be some questions. If only to ask why there are no questions. That's a question. Yes, the table near the back. Is there a microphone near that table? Yeah, the microphone is on the way.
Bonjour, je suis Fadel Bal de la Mauritanie. Merci de nous avoir donné l'opportunité de participer à cette expérience très intéressante et très utile. Je voudrais juste insister sur 2 points, ou bien en tout cas souhaiter des éclaircissements sur 2 points. Le premier, c'est relatif au budget programme. Donc, déjà, on a parlé dans l'assistance. Je voudrais savoir un peu quelle a été la stratégie d'harmonisation, en tout cas entre pour les pays en tout cas, qui ont réussi à le faire, d'harmonisation ou en tout cas d'inclusion du budget programme dans le cadre des stratégies nationales qui ont déjà été mises en place. Le deuxième sujet sur lequel je voudrais évoquer, c'était par rapport au cas de la Mauritanie. Nous venons de commencer le process. Comme la plupart des autres pays aussi, nous avons toutes des stratégies de réforme, tous des schémas directeurs d'analyse et de gestion des finances publiques sont disponibles. Et c'est un processus qui a été enclenché et nous espérons, en tout cas avec l'appui du PNID, l'appui des systèmes des Nations Unies et l'ensemble des partenaires, notamment aussi la société civile qui va être impliquée dans le processus de manière inclusive, de manière participative pour qu'on puisse, dans une dynamique vraiment nationale et inclusive, d'avoir des résultats qui nous permettent de présenter dans des prochaines rencontres, en tout cas, des niveaux d'avancement des activités. Le tout dernier point que je voudrais souligner depuis hier, c'était par rapport aux questions d'évaluation. Je pense qu'on a aux questions, d'approche participative. Pour moi, l'approche participative et inclusive est toujours très intéressante, mais ça représente un intrant essentiel. C'est-à-dire c'est l'un des premiers maillons dans le processus d'analyse et d'évolution de la chaîne de valeur. Donc, j'aimerais voir, en tout cas, entendre des pays qui ont réussi le processus inclusif dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre et le développement de projets, de nous expliquer un peu quelle a été la suite des étapes de la chaîne. Au-delà d'inclure les acteurs de la société civile de façon quantitative et qualitative, ça serait bien d'avoir aussi des inclinaisons budgétaires du point de vue opérationnel et qu'est-ce que ça a donné en termes de participation de la société civile dans les aspects opérationnels. Merci beaucoup et désolé d'avoir été long.
No problem. Thank you to the Mauritanian table for the question. One of the questions involved kind of what's involved in concrete terms in introducing program-based budgeting. And then you also discussed how through what actions involve civil society more in budget actions in general. So if Bob, you want to discuss a little bit about program-based budgeting, that first part of the question, and then we can discuss increasing the role of civil society in budget processes.
I will suggest a process to the speaker, and the process is this, if you don't mind just remaining behind. We have colleagues from Wakaro, Paul and Mike, who will be happy to talk to you on this particular matter. And then secondly, we'll also facilitate exchange with other countries that have done this. So that's how I would respond. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to actually say this is where we start. It's a long process.
Okay, thank you, Bob. There's a question from the Liberia table.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to ask that in terms of accessing technical and financial assistance as to whether the various country teams, for instance, the UNDP country programs, cover the core themes of this workshop in terms of financing reform, PFM reform, and the open budget process. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the answer briefly is yes. Yeah. Okay, yes, but we are happy again to discuss that more with you during a break or later on in the day. There are no, for continuing, my colleague Sally wants to add a little bit about increasing the involvement of civil society in budget processes, how that role can be strengthened and expanded.
Thank you, Alex. Sorry, it's a great question about the meaningfulness of public participation. I'll speak really quickly to the principles of it, of what we think of meaningful participation in the budget, and then I'll hand over to Aurea, who's going to speak to also what that might look like in the INFF process. So there's a series of principles that have been outlined by both the OECD and the Global Initiative for Fiscal Transparency GIFT about that. So if you want to know more about that, I encourage you to read both of those guides on what does meaningful public participation look like. But in general terms, what you're looking for is you want it to be broadly open to as many people as possible. You don't want to just cherry pick one or two people to talk to, but broad openness, giving everyone an opportunity to speak is kind of what you're going for. And to do that, you have a couple conditions. One is that you broadcast widely when and how you're going to be engaging. Another is that when you do engage, you make clear what are the questions you're asking, what do you want input about? And then when you're actually, after the engagement, you want to document what is the input that you received, and you also want to provide feedback on how you used it. What do you do? That encourages civil society to realize that their input's meaningful and to engage again in the future. There's a few other principles, but I'll just highlight those for time as kind of core principles. We see that in many forms of engagement. So also perhaps applying to the INFF. So.
Thank you so much. For me, it's more to share the experiences, and maybe you will have the chance to discuss later. But this issue of real engagement and meaningful participation as part of the INFF process came out in a number of countries. And whenever the financing opportunities or finance solutions are presented on the table, it needs to be discussed, right? That's what we are calling the SDG financing dialogue. And we do have the example of what is happening on the ground in Sierra Leone with the SDG ambassadors, where we hope there is a meaningful participation, and we understand this is the way forward when we go and also we engage at local level. But also there is the other approach that Cameroon undertook, which is to do a mapping of the existing platform de concertation, which I understand it's engagement and discussion platforms. Comoros has also undertaken a similar mapping, and this is a way to take this dialogue around financing forward. Of course, to this we can add these criteria that Sally just mentioned, and UNDESA also published a product on meaningful participation, which was exactly about setting up a series of criteria, which is more as a reminder, right? We need to know in advance when is the meeting happening. We need to know in advance what are the questions that are going to be asked, right? So how fair we are with when we ask civil society to join in. Just a last point. In the discussion with the UN system around the INFF, ILO's engagement, question the fact of we are bringing private sector, why don't we bring trade unions? And this has also been put on the table. In some countries, this is being discussed. And well, this is another way to take forward that meaningful participation. So looking into the different segments of, well, civil society and non-governmental organizations.
Thank you, Sally and Oria. There aren't any other questions. I think we can move forward. Actually hand it back to our panelists on the stage to share a bit about how they see the challenges and the opportunities as you all take your initial plans and put this process into motion with your counterparts, your colleagues in your home countries. I can hand it to Bob first, just to share his thoughts on how he sees and hopes this process will unfold in the months and years to come.
Thank you so much. And I'm actually looking at the time, so we will be sure to go on lunch on time. Just a few thoughts as we conclude. I'm not going to talk about challenges or things that will make it difficult for us to achieve, but I want to place two challenges before us as we return to our respective countries. The first challenge is whatever we're talking about today requires a medium to long-term game plan. We're not doing quick fixes. We are not doing projects but we actually want to transform our financing architecture. We actually want to make a difference. So that requires a medium to long-term game plan beyond what you've been working on right now. The second point I want to highlight is at the end of it all, we need to link this work to the lived realities of ordinary people. Everything we are doing, ultimately, if you mobilize resources and the resources are not benefiting the poorest and the marginalized, we're not doing anything. So ultimately, how do we ensure that financing works for the poorest, for the marginalized, for children, for men, for women, and other demographic groups? I think that's an important point. This is the leave no one behind SDG mantra. So with those two challenges, I just want to highlight maybe 5 key opportunities very, very briefly. The first one, and it's an easy one, right? Please take advantage of the relationships, the friendships, the information, and the resources shared during this conference. We have found each other, the UN, government, civil society. Let's build on that. The second key point I want to highlight is please take advantage of ongoing PFM financing or other reforms in your respective countries. We do not want this work to be hanging somewhere, but it has to be anchored in ongoing national processes. Whether you are developing a national development plan or you are reforming your entire budgeting approach, but anchor this work somewhere. Otherwise, I mean, I like what Oria said the other day, it's about ownership, it's about context. So this work has to be anchored in ongoing reforms at country level. The third key point I want to highlight is take advantage of the numerous constituencies of support. We have many other actors that are supporting this cause that may not be in this room. International financial institutions, other development partners, civil society, donors, and so on. Please take advantage. There's so many players out there who can work with us. And then, of course, second from the last, and this relates to our work on budget transparency, our work on public participation. Take advantage of the digital revolution. Everything is going online. You can even make some aspects of public participation online. Just a simple link and say, colleagues, share your comments, and we respond. Upload all your documents. You have the website. So let us take advantage of the digital revolution to network, to share lessons, and to improve the practice. Lastly, I want to say, take advantage of the technical assistance that is availed by the International Budget Partnership. I have worked with this team. They are always on call. Just say, we want to improve public participation. How do we go about it? Just say, we want to improve budget comprehensiveness. What guidance do you offer? They are available. So take advantage of the technical assistance offered by International Budget Partnership, by civil society counterparts, and the UN community in its broader sense. We are available to serve, and please make use of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bob. I'll hand it now to Sally to also share her thoughts on the process moving forward.
It's hard to follow Bob. I think he said pretty much everything we want to say. So I'm actually just going to build on what he says. And I'll start by just saying how exciting it is to see the enthusiasm in this room on doing these action plans. It's great momentum. And this is how good things start. So yes, Bob said, IBP wants to be here to help you. So I'm going to give you a few ways that we'd like to help you. And I think Bob said it most clearly. As you're doing these action plans, please think you don't have to do this alone. UNICEF is a powerful partner. UNDP is a powerful partner. We'd like to be a powerful partner in helping you do this. There's a few opportunities that are coming up in the next couple months and over the coming years that we'd really like to flag for you to think about. One is that the Open Budget Survey is done every 2 years, and the next Open Budget Survey 2023 is actually our research is going to start after the end of this year. And that means the cutoff date for any practices or documents that you want to publish, and you want that to be reflected in the next open budget survey, that is the 31st of December, 2022. So you have a very short timeline to make some very important changes. But if you do that in the next couple months, if you push for a document to be put online, you will see that change, that progress already reflected in the next open budget survey. IBP has some resources to support you online. The full questionnaires of what goes into the open budget survey score are all online. So every single indicator, every single response, why it's scored that way, that is published in a questionnaire online. We encourage you to look at that. And if you decide to make changes and you want to see how that's going to impact your score next year or in the next round, OBS 2023, we actually have a calculator for that. The open budget, the OBS 2023 calculator, where you can see your score for the last round and then see if you change things, how much better would you do? Another important opportunity will come mid-2023 when the draft questionnaires are done. IBP is going to be circulating those draft questionnaires to every government included in the survey and ask for your comment. This is a really powerful moment for you to provide input if you're a government official. Those comments are reviewed by IBP, by the researchers. Every single one is carefully considered and responded to. And oftentimes they provide information for us that the researchers or the peer reviewers might miss. So you see changes in scores because of that feedback. But I think even more than that, Botswana gave us a really great example of engagement doesn't have to be just when the open budget survey is released. You can work with civil society, and civil society can work with you all the time throughout the year. And these types of committees that Botswana was mentioning, where you see that collaboration starting to take place, where it's continuous over time, that's incredibly powerful. Countries that have done that, I live in one, I live in Georgia, which has done that. You see big jumps in score, and that can happen. So that's a very powerful mechanism for engagement. I'd also just like to flag, we're here today to talk about the INFFs and how that links to open budgets. These two mechanisms can be very powerful put together. Putting in open budget actions, plans into your INF process can really help make sure that that becomes part of the reform agenda. And in part, because you have open budgets as part of your agenda, that can help reinforce the accountability that makes sure those resources get to the ordinary people who need them most. These two together can be incredibly transformative, and we hope everyone here has seen that today. So thank you so much, and then over to Aurea for our final remarks.
Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I wanted to project a slide, but I don't know if Ankun was able to find it. Our great Ankun that has the mastermind of what we were visualizing here. I wanted to, my message was precisely that together we can achieve more. And we know, and many of us know, that most of the reasons why the world is in the situations where we are is because the finance systems don't work for the people. The public and the private finance systems are not adapted to serve the people, which we are here to transform. We want to align these finance systems to your government's national priorities, to the SDGs. And I mean, the reason why you're here today, it's, I will say, you've been chosen, right? It's not random that UNICEF and UNDP on the ground saw the added value of joining forces and then added IBP. It's not random that ECA is joining. It's not random that UNDESA is also joining in this partnership. We all have, and well, we all know that we are much stronger together to serve you. So this is our message. We're putting our knowledge and our technical capacities to serve you, to respond to your needs, to adapt to whatever you think is the best way moving forward. But you need to tell us, and you need to help mobilize that. That's the fundamental of this. If we are to achieve a change, it's on you, and we are here to support you. And we are here getting ready, mapping what interventions is successful so we can exchange and we can bring that experience from another country. We are trying to mobilize technical support, experts, funding support for technical assistance. So we are here joining forces as a partnership to serve you. And this was my message to you, and also to say thank you for your very strong engagement and all those initiatives you wanted to share. We do want to hear those experiences and the low-hanging fruits that you're seeing, and we want to help you take those forward. So yes, we know you're going to validate, and you need to validate them, but we would also like to see if you can share with us. And we are here to start supporting you in, well, taking those actions forward. So thank you again to the partners, and thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Oria. Thank you, Bob and Sally, as well, for your remarks. A common thread that they all touched upon, and that I also want to underline one last time, is that we are available and very happy to collaborate with you in the months to come to continue to refine these action plans and ensure that they are concrete, feasible, and that they will have real impacts on your specific objectives, whether it's in financing reforms, open budget reforms, or PFM reforms. And also to reiterate what Sally mentioned, that even in the near term, up until the end of the year, there is an opportunity to have real impacts on your country's practices as they're evaluated in the OBS in particular. So some of you mentioned in your action plans, activities planned for the immediate term. Those can have real impacts as soon as you get home almost. So I want to just underline that again. And also to thank all of the country teams once again. Again, we know that there are many others who wanted to share their experiences. We are happy to discuss them with you throughout the remainder of the day. So please find us. If we've been speaking with you earlier, we would love to hear more about what you're planning for the months to come. For now, we are going to break for lunch, which will be a bit longer today. It will last from 1 p.m. until 2:15 p.m. However, it is very important that we return promptly at 2:15 for the last session of the day. We will have representatives from the government of Nigeria who will be presenting closing remarks. So it's very important that we be back here together at 2:15 sharp. And so once again, thank you very much for your rich discussions and the work that you've begun. And we look forward to taking it forward with you. Thank you.
Hello? No put am for house. If you put am for young man talk. Hello?
Go far away, go out of the gates. Go out of the gate, first of all. Go out of here. Where are you? Tunji. Tunji. You know, unmute your mic, Oga. Sabi, unmute mic again.
Tunji,
Moses.
can you hear me?
Yes, yes,
I
yes.
can't hear you guys. Oh.
I can hear you, Tunji. Can you hear me? Tunji, can you hear me?
No.
And you're saying no. You can't. You see. Tunji.
Tunji,
Tunji.
I can't still hear you.
where are you?
You can hear it, yeah? Take it outside. What are you
Can you hear now? Tunji, can you hear?
Hey.
Can we hear?
No.
Can you hear me?
No,
Mr.
I
Tunji,
can't. I hope
you
the issue
said
is not from this phone.
you can hear now. Hello, Tunji.
I can just hear from
the hall, but not from the phone. That's what I'm saying. I can hear, but I'm not hearing now. Yeah, talk.
Okay, you can hear very well, right?
I can. It's just from the echo from the hall.
Just to do what?
See down. I don't see. The earpiece is very loud. See.
So just to do what? We can't hear you. We can't hear you talk.
Hello. Sunji, are you there?
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yo.
Hello.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, Natalia, we can hear you. Can you hear us again?
Yes, it's a little far, but I can understand. So good morning, evening.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. So we can see you on the screen perfect.
Okay. Great. So I'll reconnect maybe 9:15 or 15 minutes before the session just to make sure that I'm there, and then we can start. So I'm guessing everything's working well.
Yes, everything is working well. So just to confirm, can you hear on a scale of 1 to 10, how good can you hear us?
Very far, maybe 5.
Okay, so we're trying.
It's a volume thing more than anything else, I think.
Okay, okay, awesome. Yeah, that's good. Thank you so much. So we'll chat to you up once already.
Great. So I'll disconnect now and then connect a little bit later.
No problem. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, see you later. Speak later, Natalia.
Ciao.
One night it's not you going, 'cause you woke up and realized what you could have. You sleep with peace of mind, you don't work. On fire, baby, set the bed on fire and let it burn, let it burn, let it burn all the way to the ground. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn, let it burn on down. Sometimes I wonder what you're thinking. You say you love me, but sometimes I have my doubts. Baby, what if our ship was sinking? Would I be the only one hanging on when it goes down? You sleep with peace of mind, you don't worry. I'm wide awake, I know it's gonna hurt me. Least you could do is show a little mercy now. So if you're gonna leave me in the middle of the night, set the bed on fire, baby, set the bed on fire. If you're gonna leave me, bed on fire. Baby, set the bed on fire. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn all the way to the ground. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn, let it burn on down. Let it burn on down. Let it burn on down. Don't drag it out, don't hang around, don't take your time, don't twist the knot, don't let me see, just let me dream. So if you're gonna leave me in the middle of the night. Oh, set the bed on fire, set the bed on fire. If you're gonna leave me, and don't say goodbye. Just set the bed on fire, baby, set the bed on fire, and let it burn, let it burn, let it burn all the way to the ground. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn, let it burn on down. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn all the way to the ground. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn, let it burn on down.
When everything was broken, the devil hit his second strike. For what I told, someday I'll need your spine to hide behind. For fear of moments stolen, I don't wanna say goodnight, but I still see you in the morning. Still know you're hurting, still know both you're right. I could have told you about the long night. No one loves the birds that don't write, so you can tell the heroes go hide. My sense of wonder's just a little tired, and if only you could see yourself in my eyes, you'd see you shine, you shine. I know you never leave me behind, but I am lost this time. Are we destined to burn, or will we last the night? I will hold you till I hold you right. If only you could see yourself in my eyes, see you shine, you shine. So run into the open, keep your hand inside of mine. Everything is
The super speaker himself, DJ Masumiko.
Life is not that. It's all about the end. My business. I shall only go back.
The super spinner himself, DJ Masumbuko.
Can't seem to take my eyes off of you, especially your bite and move. The way you roll that thing, you wanna roll that thing. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I do? Listen to me quick, so me girlfriend says she wants me back home by 2. What will I do? So me tell her say my car broke down at mile 2. Girl, I won't be home so soon. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I do? Girl, I am wayward. Be like I'm the only way forward. Your back looking like 2 planets. You're not from the same world. Alright. Girl, I am famous. Swear down, I'm a playboy too. And if you bust up my brain too much, I swear I fit break up. Can't seem to take my eyes off you, especially a bite and move. The way you roll that thing, you wanna roll that thing. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I
DJ Massambuco.
Another banger. Baby, calm down, calm down. Yo, this your body, put in my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, phantom. If I tell you say I love you, no day for me, young girl, oh young girl. No tell me no, oh, oh. Baby, come give me your lo. You got me like whoa. Shawty, come give me your lo. I see this fine girl from my party, she wear yellow. Every other girl they do too much, but this girl mellow. Now in my divine situation, I go use they tell I'm mellow. Finally, I find way to talk to the girl, but she ain't no one follow. Who you gonna phone for one? When you know I go for one, then I start to feel a bum one. But she did give me small one. I know, say she sabi pass it down one. But she feeling insecure, cause her friends go they go my light drink go on.
Yeah, I know we look shy, but for you I get down low. And my hips make you cry when I'm moving around you. Do it once, do it twice. Hop push back, you hold me tight. Get a taste for a night. Baby, show me you can calm down. Dance with me and take the lead now. Got you so high that you can't come down. Don't you ask, you know you're allowed. When it's you, I can't say no. Baby, give me you got me like Shawty, gon' give me a
As I reach my house, I see me got a small wall. As me I wake up, now she did my mind don't walk. Yeah, one day, two, one of you folk go was. Now so me I go down, see me feeling go walk.
Got my hand on your heart now, I can feel it race. If I leave, then you say you can never love again. Wanna give you it all, but can't promise that I'll stay. And that's the risk you take.
Baby, calm down. Yo, this your body, you put in my heart for lockdown. No more less down. Yo, you sweet life, phantom. Every day you say I love you, no day for me, young girl.
DJ Massambuco.
I know the flow breeze, only know you me low. Music
Problem, you know the finish. Make you try to enjoy. Bala, you know the finish. Oh, make you try to enjoy. Sekata kata wuru no the finish. Make you try to enjoy. Problem, you know the finish. So make you try to enjoy. Make we dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala. 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 Why do you go back? Problem, you know the person. A person keep person. One line I see finish. A person per person. Problem, you know they last forever. Make you try to enjoy. I walk up from Pelham Mujet to Apollo Meta just to find a mentor. Now who talk they hear what? Now who watch they fear God? Not reaching a love that.
Now so then they call me for fun, say my person. Don't give it person, belly uncle. How will they consign me? How will they consign me? I don't know. Problem me not to finish you. It just kill my life. Sapana, be the best friend you. Say you know.
Problem me not the finish. Make you try to enjoy. Bala, you know the finish. Oh, make you try to enjoy. Sekata kata wuru not the finish. Make you try to enjoy. Problem me not the finish. So make you try to enjoy. Make you dance like Luala. Sugar cane sweet, but your love is sweeter. So below juice mixed with a little ginger. Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, say you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Man, join your chin now, girl, don't talk. Come like a thief in a night, man, Joe. But you know, say, all of my niggas, them ball. Nothing you go ever need that talk. I join your chin now, girl, don't know. Taking it a break, and me, I know the rush. Baby, if you want me, catch a rebel, my mister would me.
Show me a jigger, let me see. And let me see the woman that is with. I put a couple $1,000 on your wrist. Mama, they can't touch you. I ain't never see this kind, babe. We do some kind things, make me feel some kind way. You know I'm not just trying to get laid, cause I know some kind things do it for the right pay. Baby, make I fire you with my machine gun, 16 rounds. I be King Kong, yeah, make I sample you my brand new song. Baby, love.
Oh, girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you, yeah. I can't see reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, say I gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say I gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say I gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love.
And everything I want, I'm on. I do your door and I no go come out. My medicine, my paracetamol. Baby, on God, no go jadi sitamo. Kilo answer, see my antenna, get it done scatter. More I wanna know your paro. See my wella, get it done red.
DJ Masumbuko.
Only if you do me da 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 da. And I no go fit deny ya. Kilo answer, see my antenna, get it done scatter. More I wanna know your paro. See my wella, get it done red.
No, any more. On your mark, set, baby, let's go. Get your body be the coco, money choco, body banco. Oh yeah, give me company, talo just see me. I fit over you go by the just see me. Kilo fat gone, shit I'm mentally. I know they can't believe, Amy Olipino. You,
only you are my todo. I'm just getting money, tryna get you out the country. Kilo waso, see my medulla, so you don't scatter. Me, I wanna know your popsy. See my eye, well, I get it on red.
Only if you do me da 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 da, and I don't go fit deny ya. You know what, so see my eye, when I get don't scatter. I wanna know your paro. See my eye, well, I get on.
You are the light in my day. You brighten my day. When I see you, I know I'll be okay. You are the one that I feel, and you know that it's real. When I think of you, I know I'll be okay. It's you, my love. Anytime I sleep, I see you, my love. Early in the morning, it's you, my love. It's only you I'm needing. Say you never leave, 'cause you make my life complete. It's only you, not only you where I want to. Don't you know it's only you? Never seen a girl that can do all these things you do.
Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you. Me got a girl on me bed right now. She says she no one leave. She tell me, Ruga, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Me say no shit. Oh Lord, fly you to Maldives for a day, then we fly back quick. Then we take a quick jet, fly straight to Paris. You fucking with the creme de la creme. Still she never seen a guy like me. She confess. Say nobody hit it right like me. She confess. Bend down, get on your knees, girl, never digress. Ooh, she really wanna flex with me. She wanna break bread with me. Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Spot cars parked on the right spot. Bad man straight on your love. Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Spot cars parked on the right spot.
Stacking up my money, no time for your shit. Money cool like oh, I don't care for your hate. Me no fighting. Me no fighting. Throwing down drums from bungalow out there. I did my penthouse, you can't even reach me. Me no frightened. It is not your fight, stand down. I'm not the one, calm down. You know I'm not your problem. You can't be me, why bother? Don't have your time now. Ole mumi bow down. To bambino farabale. Oboya go lari mole. Okay. It's okay, let them see. Trouble no they pay me. Kinjaye on the daily. Okay. We go there, okay. I just want ya, yeah. Look.
DJ Masambuco.
My God, the last time that I check. Now before I digress, my girl, you told me that I'm not your love interest. See, my girl, the last time that I check. See, nothing ain't changed yet, except that I got a big bag and a big flag. Don't make nobody tell me nonsense, my nigga. Streets is so cold, my nigga. When nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. Nonsense, my nigga. The streets is so cold, my nigga. When nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. So cold outside, my brother. I don't want pull no trigger. I just want it, cause I'm going play. I don't want no wahala. It's so cold outside, my brother. I know they hate on my brother. Me, I just want it, cause I'm going play. I don't want no wahala. Oh, it's so cold outside. Me, I know they let nothing to worry me. I know they let nothing to bother me. They no one apology. We no say she don't know they bother nobody. Me, I know they let nothing to bother me. I know they let nothing to bother me. We no one apology. Do you get me? We nobody tell me nonsense, my nigga. Streets is so cold, my nigga. When nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. Nonsense, my nigga.
This is so cold, my nigga. When nobody come try to cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings of a guitar. So cold outside, my brother. I don't want to pull no trigger. I just want to cause I'm going to play. I don't want no one. My Mary Jane. I'm high on life, wanna meditate. So allow me, make I enjoy life. Cause problem not the finish, oh. DJ every day different wahala. Problem not the finish, oh. I just wanna party every day. I just wanna party every day. So pass me the dutchie. Pretty girl, come wine pon the cocky. 10 toes, one girl, make it touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it. Pass me the dutchie. Pretty girl, come wine pon the cocky. 10 toes, one girl, make it touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it. Shut up and bend over. Aye. Let your back do the talking over. So back up and bend over. Let your back do the talking over. Say, I want to talk my life. I want to be happy. I want to dance and party. Do the rhythm of my body. I just wanna party every day. I just wanna party every day. So pass me the dutchie. Pretty girl, come wine pon the cocky. 10 toes, one girl, make it touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it.
Say you never ever got over me, even when you travel overseas. Yeah. Well, I don't mean to brag, my vibe is attractive. Say stay loving me globally. You want me horizontally.
DJ Masumbuko.
Nobody like me is freaking fantastic. This nigga in the middle of a crisis. If fall in love, you don't know what the price is. I want it over the end. It's a dirty December. She leave me on, so bad, and now she gone, so bad, so bad. She look like a but she give me wahala. She leave me on, so bad, and now she gone, so bad, so bad. She look like a but she give me wahala.
Why you making me mistake now? Know like you got that ring on your finger. If you never know, I know if you end you. But you know I got the energy to tender you. There's another woman every man desire. Top class, she did rough designer. And she be go, she be quite my fire. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, yeah, nah. Auntie, papi. What's the heck, papi? Kitty, auntie. Oh, let me know my day. Oh, yeah, wait and see. Oh, let me know my day. Oh, yeah, wait and see. Yeah, yeah. Auntie, papi. What's the heck, papi? Kitty, auntie. Oh, let me know my day. Oh, yeah, wait and see. Oh, let me know my day. Oh, yeah, wait and see. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
She leave me on, so bad, and now she gone.
I don't wanna live my life for you, live my life for you. All over the news, all over the news. Only God and I know the kind of thing I do, the kind of thing we do. When I thank God, I got the lead. Say God no ungodly. Oluwa I ain't comforting me. When these people they come body me. When I thank God, I got the lead. Say God no ungodly. Oluwa I ain't comforting me. When these people they come body me. It's why I die sometimes. A little Henny and ice. Take a fitty cool mama. Take a live this life. Oh, my leg. Oh, kill it, boy, no. Make I play you my cassette, you. Anything you sell is in market, you. Try to they look from my aspect, you. They loud them at the handset, you. Me I know fi drag it shine. All the one I need my country down. Me I know they try to connect the lights. I just want Charlie boy day, make Charlie boy day. Man, I thank God I got the lead. Say God no, got the lead. All the one I ain't comforting me. When these people they come body me.
And I thank God I got the key. Say God no comforting me. Oluwa na him comforting me. When these people they
We not go far, we are go, we go win, you go know. All of the blessings fall on my yard. Blessings stay for my yard. And like I that, you go be, you go see, you go feel because the blessings fall on my yard. Blessings fall on my yard. That's why I said my alcohol. I don't want to reason bad things no more. I don't want to go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, let it stop me, cha. I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, don't disturb me, cha.
DJ Masambuco.
Too many distractions, too many problems. I feel to run away, but I will go solve them. Too many bad men and not enough friends. Love save me, don't wanna lose my conscience. I just wanna dance under the sunset. Make nobody stop my enjoyment. Oh. No. That's why I see fire alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, let me stop me, cha. I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, let me stop me, cha.
anything you want, I go double order. Our love is too strong and no be far. This love is sweet like the oven sala. Baby, me and you, we go travel far. Anything you want, I go double order. Our love is too strong and no be far away. For you, baby, for you, I'll do anything for you. For you, baby, for you, I'll do many things for you. For you, baby, for you, I'll do anything for you. For you, baby, for you, I'll do many things for you. Want you, I gotta want you. Want you, I gotta want you. Want you, I gotta want you. All night long. Want you, I gotta want you. Want you, I gotta want you.
Masumbuko.
Yeah. Sexy love, what she need from a bad boy like me. Yeah. Sexy kiss is the thing that she ain't for my lips. Yeah. My sex herself is the only air that she breathes. And when I look into her eyes, I know that she can never get enough of me. Your body high me like lean. When we do it, skin to skin. And as the rush they increase, I feel the drip in your V. Shorty say she feeling so, she grab my neck and she whisper please. Shorty give me that splash from my chest to my knees. Yeah. Shorty got a lot in her bucket list. I give her number one, she need a bucket quick. And when we done, she feel me like a majesty. Grip. Round two, grip. Round to the epelebe. Next day we go do one for your place. Make sure that your daddy is known. Make sure that your mommy is known. Switch off that television. Netflix know what I came here for. Shorty better shut your door, cause I know one disturb me boy. Shorty like it when I drill a hole. When I finish I go.
you are the corner, baby, oh damn. Oh. The way you move that 10 with caution. Oh. I'm gonna belly, baby, oh damn. Oh. And designer, where designer, put on vagina, you. The way you dance, where designer, fight to China, you. Get you back. Body too much. Body oh sempe. Got you fly. Get you back. Body too much. Body oh sempe.
DJ Masumbuko.
You don't go to my 100. You make a bicycle and a boy will love. Not in my eyes, in my mouth, you don't tell her. I ain't telling cause I give you umbrella. I don't drink in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Give you my last cash, pendant. I show you my best friend. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Show you my best friend. I give you my last cash, pendant. Everything I do, I under 50, under. You know me, under 50, understand. That's the way you do me, understand. All of my fans are busy violent. I don't mind, I pick it content. I don't fight the uniform man. Oluwa, can you fix the problem? Thunder, fire, that your reason. Where they give you tips to make you leave me. Thunder, fire, that your reason. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, give you my last cash, I show you my best friend. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, show you my best friend. I give you my last cash, everything I do, I under 50, under. You know me, under 50, understand. That's the way you do me, yeah, I don't really care about your body type. What really matters now your vibe. I be the one for you. Don't really have to be the one to go. Ain't nobody fine like you. Girl, I be the one for you. And I feel like I've known you my whole life. Feel like I need you in my life. Nobody can tell me otherwise. This baby will be mine. I feel like I've known you my whole life. Feel like I need you in my life. Nobody can tell me otherwise. Everybody does it.
The body of Mr. Nnamdi Nwokiji was found at a beach house this morning.
When was the last time you saw Nnamdi?
This your level getting me from my body. I want light man, with my lighter. This your color, no be fake, oh, my banana, oh, my banana, oh, my banana. Show me power, oh, power, and let me love my life. It's my life, it's my life, my Sudana.
Make sure the camera angles are right, man. This has to be the fucking best video in the world, bro. So I need you guys to go the fuck up. Let's go! Baby, trabalhei, make you não deixa
Sounds great, but I was
Baby, trabalhei, make you no deixa like. I don't want nobody to keep my matter killing. For this life I day, I want to be celebrated. Don't wanna waste my days, I want to spend them on enjoyment. It's been too long, it's you. Every day party. As I did not take my do, start to move, make you smoke a la cool, just they bounce with the groove. No carry do. If you lose God, then go bounce with your boo. I can vouch for my crew. I'm telling you, then do they do lifestyle of a group, make you dance, no they look, then go they look, then go they look. And say if it's not enough, if I do 99 good, it go remain one. Don't know how to show you my love without fucking up, but I can buy you a new AP, straight from major land. So baby, trabalhei, make you know they shall like it. I don't want nobody to keep my matter killing. For this life I day, I want to be celebrated. Don't wanna waste my days, I want to spend them on enjoyment. It's been too long, but then it's you. Only one of you, every day party. Do me like I take Ramadan. Don't want to feel nothing at all. Be like Ojuju Calabar. Give me moral like I be bouncer. Paragon. Take me higher, don't want to land. Until now I don't understand the why. No matter what I do, it's not enough. If I do 99 good, it go remain one. Don't know how to show you my love without fucking up. But I am faded. Just be shaken. Can't believe it. Baby, trabalhei, make you know they shall lie. I don't want nobody to keep my matter killing. For this life I day, I want to be celebrated. Don't wanna waste my days, I want to spend them on enjoyment. Baby, trabalhei, make you know they shall lie. I don't want nobody to keep my matter killing. For this life I day, I want to be celebrated. Don't wanna waste my days, I want to spend them on enjoyment. It's been too long, but then it's you. Only one of you, every day party.
Sure.
Colleagues, just bringing us to our final session. My name is Tom Bilo from UNDP's Sustainable Finance Hub in New York, just to reintroduce myself. It's been a long journey. UNDP is just one of the partners supporting this incredible journey that we've all been on over the last few days, which we know doesn't stop here. It really begins when we go back home. We have a panel for you to bring us some motivation, some invigoration as we leave the meeting. We have a few guests who are joining us globally through the ether. We're very hopeful the technological fixes we've made over the last few days will enable that. And I will, of course, introduce those colleagues momentarily. But I wanted first just to congratulate everybody on what has been the most extraordinary collaboration. It's a collaboration of, I think, over 300 people in person, certainly the largest meeting I've been to since the pandemic. And it's been really fun to be face to face with so many people. There've been over 50 people doing it the old way through Zoom. So a really large number of people, a huge number of ideas from across government, planning, ministries of economy and finance, across civil society, our international budget partnership friends and partners from around Africa, across the UN and international finance institutions, UNDP, UNICEF, UNDESA, Economic Commission for Africa, and of course, across the development partners who have made this possible, our friends from the European Union, from Sweden, from Italy, but most importantly, from across 52 countries of Africa. I mean, wow, what a collaboration it has been. Yes, round of applause to all of you. I know if you've learned as much as I have, and I have learned a huge amount, that you have hopefully benefited as much as I know I have on the last few days process. We learned about integrated national financing frameworks, public finance, open budget survey, budget credibility, and various innovative finance methods. We brought it all together today in action plans across the countries. Incredible to see the enthusiasm in the room, the very precise actions you're all committing to take forward when you go home, whether it be around budget openness and transparency, whether it be around SD, sustainable development bonds, sustainable development tax policy, domestic resource mobilization, private capital, the list goes on. It was an amazing pipeline of reforms that you articulated, that I know the partners here gathered on our final panel will also want to reform and work with you to take forward. And that's really what I'm going to ask our panelists just to speak to. You know, how is it that we can support your efforts on your journeys on integrated national financing frameworks and sustainable finance more broadly? So with that, I'm going to ask our panelists to try and speak concisely, because as we talk about moving forward, I know many of you will want to move forward out of this room, having been here for 4 days. The market will close soon. Your opportunities are waning to enjoy yourselves. So we're going to accelerate through the panel, but we really are looking forward to hearing from all of them. And I've just adjusted the schedule a little bit for the panelists, so don't be alarmed if you're coming a little bit differently in the sequence. And I'd first of all like to ask Jamal, our great partner and colleague and champion from the Economic Commission for Africa, to say a few remarks. Over to you, Jamal. Want to say that?
Thank you very much, Tom. It's been really an incredible 3 days or 4 days now. And on behalf of my colleague Farzana, over there, the focal point on the INFF and the UN Economic Commission for Africa, I would like to thank you for having us here with you in this journey. I will start probably with what Tom ended when he said, we are here to support you. So you can see, and I've been reflecting on this over the 4 days in terms of the linguistics of the language and how it's changed now. Gone are days of the men and women in suits coming from Washington, New York, Addis Ababa, Vienna, you know, to instruct member states or to tell them or to have these keys of what they call capacity building and solutions. And now there is a time of the Sustainable Development Goals, you know, and then you can see these words now of partners who are humble, saying, we are supporting you. It's all starting from you. It's, you know, it's a country ownership, you know, repeated throughout the days. And I'm really glad to be part of this. Although that, you see, probably belong to these men and women in suits who are coming from the different parts. But here, I've learned, me and colleague, a lot throughout these days. The second point that I want to highlight is how strong, beautiful the partnership was actually. You see, you can see the partnership between governments and civil society there, the work of the different parts of the UN system. You see, whenever, you know, if Tom speaks, he will speak for all of us. It's Farzana, it's Natalia, and so on. I really hope that we can carry this forward. So, and for us, I just want to end by confirming our commitment in this day. Because I think what we need here when we leave this room is an Abuja declaration. It's not a written declaration. Let's agree on unwritten declaration of that every one of us will go with the same spirit, because we will go back. We know that we'll go back and it will be very busy. But for us, for me and Farzan, the first thing that we'll do is we'll submit the mission report. And from there, we'll have the political commitment from ECA. And I hope that all of you will do the same. And make, you know, be assured that we are there, you can reach us, and we'll provide all our support from the different divisions, from the macro, from the trade, climate change, etc. So I'll end here. Thank you again, all of you. Thank you, the government of Nigeria. Thank you, the people of Nigeria. Thank you, the partners, and all the delegates here. And I wish you a safe flight home. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jamal, for your support and your kind words. With that, I'm going to hand over to our friend and colleague from New York, Natalia Windarossi, who is the Director of Social Policy and Social Protection with UNICEF there. And Natalia, over to you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Just checking that you can all hear me okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. Many thanks for the opportunity to be part of this critical and timely event, even if remotely. I wish I was with all of you. Let me maybe start by sharing my greatest appreciation, first, of course, to the government of Nigeria for hosting this important milestone, but also to all of you, government delegates and partners that have participated and contributed to this very, very important discussion. I think that your reflections have been critical to really enhance our collective understanding on the progress, the challenges, but also the lessons that we're learning and how to best leverage the critical financing resources that we need to really advance our common objectives and promoting open budget practices. I think we all should be acknowledging that without doubt, Africa's leading role in financing frameworks and open budgets is a great source of inspiration. As we all know, more than 2/3 of governments in the continent are implementing integrated national financing frameworks, country-led, homegrown approaches to address priorities and financing challenges. And this is it's important. I think this definitely demonstrates the critical commitment that many governments in the region have put in really further the agenda for development, and the commitment and the recognition to be able to really invest in people, in the economy, and of course in our common environment. And I think that this brings the very critical issue of transparency and open budgets, where again, the regional average of the open budget index just jumped by nearly 70%, making sub-Saharan Africa the best performing region since the inception of the open budget surveys. And this is a critical milestone. We must celebrate this achievement and an ongoing process. At the same time, we also know that we still have a long road ahead, that we still have some critical challenges and gaps that we need to address urgently and collectively. And I know that these days have been, a source of inspiration on acknowledging them, but also understanding ways to address them. So from the financing side, we know that, the massive pre-COVID funding gaps for most sectors have widened exponentially. The debt continues to spiral out of control in many places, which of course prevents many governments from borrowing and investing in critical national priorities. And unfortunately, in many contexts, many countries are spending more in debt repayment than in social sectors such as education, health, or social protection. We continue to have a lot of challenges in terms of ODA. The role of private sector continues to be limited. Our PFM systems are underdeveloped, which continues to undermine the capacity to collect domestic revenue. And this has, of course, critical implications on children, families, and communities. And I think many of the colleagues throughout these days have definitely putting at the center stage the important risk that many of our children, families, and women are facing from the impacts of the health emergency, of climate events, but also of the increase in cost of living, the learning poverty catastrophe, the expanding conflict in many contexts, and of course now the emerging drive toward fiscal austerity. But I think that we are also here in a moment where we should think about the future. What are the key things that we can do to really move forward in the right direction? And allow me maybe to highlight 4 opportunities that we can all collectively work towards. I think first is definitely to identify and convert the available fiscal space into investments in human capital and green recovery. And this needs to go hand in hand. I think the INFF processes are revealing a variety of practical funding options across your countries, which could include, adopting progressive tax approaches, making more compelling cases to access grants and concessional financing, or also converting the recently allocated SDRs and so on. No? So we do have some important opportunities within our existing fiscal space that could be better targeted to really make sure that we have the kind of recovery that we all want, inclusive and green. But also continue to strengthen our efforts to improve transparency and public participation in budgeting processes. I think that I hope that as soon as you arrive home, you'll be eager to organize, multiple consultation processes to really discuss, review, and endorse many of the actions that you've identified today. And this can make already a tremendous difference. Third, the importance to continue to make sure that we protect human spending for fiscal consolidation. Unfortunately, human capital, social sectors continue to be, in many cases, the first areas that are cut. And this is something that, even though some budget cuts may be available, inevitable in some places, we need to make sure that we do not sacrifice the critical investments in health and nutrition and education, in the well-being of your children, your families, which at the end of the day will determine the economic future development of countries and of the region. And of course, maximize the impact of every naira, franc, Chile, and rand that arrives in your offices. And there are many opportunities to improve the design of national and sector budgets to ensure that our allocated to the right priorities, fully spent, and really making sure that we have the strong level of commitment and around different sectors. I think I echo what the previous speaker said, that the UN stands aside on your side to support in this process. We are definitely championing the very critical innovative strategies that this region is bringing. We're here to help identify how to best move forward, and we have multiple partnerships that can help to really leverage the best financing alternatives to make sure that we realize our collective outcomes. I think that in closing, I think that as I said in the beginning, Africa's leadership on financing frameworks and open budgets has to continue to be celebrated and enhanced. We now need to transform that critical leadership into more and better investments in the things that definitely matter most and will make a huge difference in our children, in our human capital, in our economic development, in our sustainable development. And UNICEF, UNDP, IBP, and others remain eager and ready to support you in this critical journey. So many thanks for your partnership. Looking forward to the rest of the discussion. Thank you, Tom. Over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Natalia, again, for UNICEF's support and collaboration in all of these efforts. I'm just going to ask our speakers online, if you're not speaking, if you don't mind just turning your camera off, actually, because we're getting a little bit of static on the line, and I think that might help. And I'm asking all of the participants, please put your devices down and stop using the Wi-Fi. That will help us also ensure good incentive there, right? We'll ensure that we get a good line. Well, with that, I'm going to hand over to David Robbins, who we all know and has been a great support throughout the process of the workshop from International Budget Partnership. David, over to you.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks for the opportunity to say a few words. I want to make sure I thank our hosts, the government of Nigeria, our UN partners, our civil society partners, and of course, the governments that are in the room today, this week. I also want to make sure I thank our support staff, the tech teams and the operation teams, the drivers that all helped make an event this size possible. As Tom was starting us off, it was really striking, right? The number, the variety of different actors, different stakeholders in the room, ministries of finance and planning and economic development, civil society, UN agencies, all coming together from across Africa to discuss how best to leverage and deploy a country's single greatest tool to deliver important services, to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, to improve the lives of its citizens. That single tool is the national budget. And it wasn't too long ago that this type of gathering was almost unimaginable. Budget openness, sustainable financing wasn't really on people's agendas. The idea that civil society had a place, a seat at the literal table was considered a pretty radical idea. I won't list the various and serious challenges facing countries today. Plenty of speakers throughout this week have done so. But in order to meet these challenges and achieve the next level of development, we need to activate all sectors of society towards these goals. That includes citizens, helping government fill key information gaps to help make better decisions. That's development partners, stepping up to support where needed. That's auditors and legislators and other oversight actors doing their job, playing their part. That's the private sector being leveraged in new and innovative ways. And of course, it's government embracing reform. That's never-ending quest to have better practices, better systems, make improvements. It takes all hands on deck to respond to the challenges facing us and to have resilient and sustainable growth and development. Accountable and inclusive public spending processes in which all of those actors are playing their job, that's critical to ensuring that we make progress on the SDGs. Trust will be a big part of this. Trust is already a big part of this. Open finances and opportunities for the public to have a say in how the budget, the people's money, is being spent, well, that's going to go a long way to building that trust, to creating that positive feedback loop between a government and its citizens. A transparent and inclusive budget process is critical to ensuring that countries can better leverage financing to advance the global goals. As countries face intense trade-offs, expanding access to budget information and opening up spaces for the public to engage throughout the budget process meaningfully can ensure that the money reaches the people that need it the most. Our data show that investing in open budgets is a winning proposition. Over the last 13 years, we've documented sustained gains in transparency, despite headwinds. A growing body of evidence shows that increased transparency, increased participation, increased accountability in public finances delivers lower corruption, more revenue, better services. You've heard this week about all the ways, about all the areas that IBP works on: the open budget survey, budget credibility, tax, lifting up and supporting civil society, bringing them into budget work. And we stand ready and eager to work with your countries and definitely eager to help. Significant, sustained, and meaningful progress towards more open budget practices is possible. Norms and standards around good practices exist. Resources and technical assistance for committed governments is available. Several countries in this room have made substantial progress towards opening up their budget, innovating around public participation. The value and significance of this agenda is recognized. What is missing is that in far too many countries, a commitment by all the stakeholders involved. What's missing in far too many countries is that there's a lack of a commitment of far too many of the stakeholders involved. We must act urgently and collectively to this end. And we hope that you join us in making that vision a reality. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Thank you so much for those remarks. I'm going to go back online now, and we're really lucky, I hope, that Isabel Real is online. Isabel is from the Fiscal Affairs Department of the IMF based in Washington. Isabel, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, we can't. Yes, there you are, Isabel. Over to you.
Hello, and good afternoon to everybody. It's a pleasure to participate in this event. I would like to thank the host and the government of Nigeria for inviting the
Isabel,
Fiscal Affairs Department. Yeah.
Isabel, the line is not so good, so I'm going to ask you if you don't mind turning your video off, and let's see if that works better.
Yes.
Okay.
What about now? Can you hear me better?
Much clearer. Thank you, Isabel.
Perfect. Well, let me be sure that I thank the host and the government of Nigeria for inviting the Fiscal Affairs Department of the IMF to participate in such a successful and relevant event. In the last few days, we have seen that both country authorities and international organizations have shared experience and challenges in aligning public and private financing policies to support sustainable development. Let me congratulate again for this impressive effort and echo many of the comments of the other panelists about how impressive this effort and how useful and important is to support the implementation of the development agenda. Let me focus my comments, which are going to be very brief, on the importance of the open budget practices for deepening the connections between the private and public financing sources. The public sector plays a critical role for bringing transparency and accountability to SDG implementation agenda. We have seen, and it has been documented and experienced during this event, all the efforts that are being made by countries to improve budgeting systems, supporting institutions, as well as transparency and accountability practices. However, significant challenges remain in the region, and that is where our efforts need to be put. Most countries are still at early stages of developing SDG responsive budgeting systems. As a result, consistent and transparent reporting on how public financing is mobilized and how it contributes to the SDG achievement is still limited. Challenges arise in several fronts. First, many countries still have a weak link between strategic planning and budgeting frameworks. This results mainly due to inadequate costing of the strategic plan and policy interventions, which are done without a clear medium-term budgetary constraint. Similarly, Planning for medium-term sustainable goals requires multi-year budgeting processes in place, while many countries still have single-year budgets. Third, assessing the impact of government spending on SDG requires granular information on policy interventions and global harmonized methodologies, or what we call taxonomies, to estimate their impact. That means to what extent government expenditures have a meaningful contribution to the SDG. Unfortunately, most existing taxonomies are very limited in coverage and cover only a few SDGs, like green taxonomies. There is a need to continue working on extending in this area. There are also significant human resource implications from the need to enhance transparency linked to SDG budgeting. SDG impose an increasing burden on budgetary process, which require complex institutional procedural reforms to compile, assess, and report large volumes of information. And finally, the role of the public sector in supporting sustainable development is not limited to government budgets. Public corporations have also a prominent role and manage large amounts of resources in SDG-sensitive sectors. Without adequate and transparent data, investors cannot properly incorporate sustainability issues into their investment decisions and allocate capital to companies which activities are aligned with SDGs. In this context, it is clear that going forward, support for capacity building will be necessary to assist countries in implementing the Sustainable Development Agenda. Key areas in need of further efforts comprise improving national PFM and budgetary systems to allow governments to manage and monitor SDG financing, to track how it is being spent, and to assess and report its outcome in a transparent manner. The relevance and urgency of the Sustainable Agenda highlights the need for enhanced coordination and collaboration among relevant international organizations and the need to promote ownership by country authorities of this agenda. And this event is an excellent example of the benefits of close collaboration among country authorities, civil societies, and international organizations. So we're grateful for this invitation, and we really hope to continue working together in the near future. Thank you so much. And back to you, Tom.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Natalia. That was Isabel. Sorry, that was fantastic, and great to have the IMF support. So I'm now going to pass over to another great supporter of the work on integrated national financing frameworks and of the entire event, to our colleague Caroline Wellemans from the European Union, Director of Sustainable Finance there. Caroline, are you there?
Yes, Tom. Do you hear me? Or can I keep my video on, or should I turn it off?
No, it's working really well. So over to
Excellent.
you,
I'm happy. Thank you, Tom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And many thanks also to the host government of Nigeria for inviting the European Union. It is my deep pleasure to be joining you today, even though virtually. I would have loved to be with you today in person, but I'm glad to be here and joining you in this extremely interesting event. This event has been a great opportunity to share enriching experiences on how we have been engaging in this important work that are the integrated national financial frameworks, the INFF. In the EU, we see country-led INFF as essential for accelerating progress towards the SDG. And the multiple crises, the multiple global crises are taking a heavy toll on the global economy, overturning years of progress towards the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and we need a framework. We need a framework such as the INFF for channeling investment to where it is needed the most. An integrated approach is key, and more than 80 countries have understood that and are developing the INFS. Through INFS, countries take forward hundreds of financing reforms to mobilize and align both public public and private financing with the national sustainable development priorities. As Cécile Tassin-Pelzer, head of cooperation at the EU delegation in Nigeria, has mentioned a few days ago, the EU has been a strong supporter of the INFF since the start of this initiative. This year, in particular, has been a crucial year with the launch of the INFF facility, which was established to respond to the growing demand from countries for technical assistance, from technical support. And the facility provides a platform for countries to share their experience, to facilitate collaboration and exchange, and to access knowledge and guidance. This growing demand is a clear illustration also that INFFs are gaining momentum both internationally and nationally. Now, especially in the current context, there is more than ever a need for financial strategies to mobilize and align a wide range of financing sources with the country's development priorities. In particular, we know that public finance will not be enough. They will not suffice to bridge the SDG financing gap, and private finance needs to be mobilized as well and needs to be mobilized at scale. We believe that sustainable finance can and should play a key role in enabling private financial flows to be channeled towards sustainable investment. The EU's Green Deal and the Global Gateway strategies are some of the key examples of the EU efforts in that direction. Through our Global Gateway strategy, we seek to increase investments, promoting democratic values and high standards, good governance, but also transparency, equal partnerships, green and clean and secure infrastructures to catalyze private sector investment. Allow me to mention some of the key initiatives the EU is working on together with its partners, and which will contribute to the implementation of the Global Gateway. First, as to leverage additional private finance for sustainable investment, the EU is preparing a comprehensive strategy to scale up sustainable finance in low and middle income countries. And we are doing this with the help of a high-level expert group, which has just witnessed a successful launch this last Tuesday. Indeed, scaling up sustainable finance in low and middle income countries represent a challenge, and this is the reason why we wanted to gather around the table experts to help us to come up with the most brilliant possible actions to respond to this challenge. Second, we aim to promote green bonds in EU partner countries. We aim to help EU partner countries to develop the green bond market in order to accelerate the flow of domestic and international private capital towards sustainable investments. We indeed truly believe that green bonds are a key tool to mobilize private capital. Third, we wanted to cooperate with countries in the effort to build a conducive, sustainable investment climate, notably in terms of building credible sustainable finance frameworks like taxonomy, bringing clarity about what it is sustainable, what it is not sustainable, building sustainable bond frameworks, and enhancing sustainability-related disclosures. All this help to attract more and more international private capital to fund sustainable investment projects. We have heard that many of the countries here discussing financing strategy for the national plans are key to take forward sustainable finance taxonomy and scaling up sustainability-related instruments. The EU stands ready to share its experience in building ecosystem, which will be key to finance the SDG. And the INFFs offer a great framework to scale up sustainable finance, and the momentum behind the INFFs presents a huge opportunity to transform national financial systems. Indeed, the INFF is about supporting the people working hard to finance the future they want, a greener, more inclusive, and more sustainable future for all. To conclude, let me thank you for inviting us to this rich and stimulating event and congratulate you for making it such a success. We look forward to continuing this exciting conversation with all of you in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Caroline, for your remarks and your support for sustainable finance in the context of the INFFs in the region. It's great to hear, and thank you so much for your support to this meeting alongside Sweden and Italy. I'm now going to seek a perspective from Achan Ali Ramlat from South Sudan, who works for the civil society organization Samahi. So over to you, Achan. Would you like to be here or there?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to represent CSO. I know so many of my colleagues here would say better words and more eloquent words that would reach to every one of you. The civil society, before that, I also want to acknowledge the different stakeholders that have given us the opportunity to come and meet with the great people here from different countries and different platforms. A better way to invite us to this beautiful country was the dinner last night. And I didn't think I would see bosses dancing in certain ways. So it was a good welcome. Thank you so much. The role of civil society usually, we looked at as the other voice. And because of the nature of what we do, because we're not homogeneous, it's not always understood what it is. But as mentioned the past 2 days, we bring in the key voice. We work with different stakeholders. We are kind of the bridge. We lobby, we advocate. We bring out the voice of the people who are not heard. A case example was, I think, the budget video that showed the patients who were getting a drip under the tree. Or the lady, Mary, who told us about the contribution of the farmer, the women farmer organizations. So there's so many things that have been mentioned that the civil society does here. And I think it's a manifestation of intention, but also our dedication towards contributing towards this, the SDG goals and realizing what it is that, how we can better the society. But one thing I need to mention is that because of the ad hoc nature of how we operate, we are not given the set platform. And then also the opportunities for finance are very limited. And I think this is one takeaway that is very important. We want to engage, but we want to engage meaningfully, productively, sustainably. We want to make this a better place wherever we contribute, whichever space we contribute. And my call to all the stakeholders is please open for us the doors. Please give us the, we've been working closely with the IBP and UNICEF, I mean, in the case of South Sudan. But in other instances, we've not been able to open doors for through the other stakeholders. So what I'm asking, and in a humble appeal, is that please open for us the doors. We want to work together with you. The world is getting more challenging by the day, and we can only make a difference if we work together in a more collaborative way. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you very much, colleagues. And let me just say a few words on UNDP's side as well. I mean, we also stand ready to support the work moving forward, really at the country level, at the regional level, at the global level, and building on Achan, your fantastic and inspiring remarks. We commit to do more together to support this initiative. It's very clear to us that different organizations, whether they be government, civil society, private sector, international organizations, bring different assets, different knowledge, different expertise, different networks, which combined deliver much more than when they deliver apart. So we certainly commit alongside our partners to do that. As I go home in my suit back to New York, back to that global level when nothing ever seems to happen, I commit to also take forward that spirit of collaboration and discuss with our partners, with UNDESA, who is here, with Natalia, with our colleagues in UNICEF, with our colleagues in the IMF, with our colleagues across our partners of the European Union, Swedish CEDA and Italy, to work out what we can do more to support the incredible action plans you've developed, that pipeline of reform that you've all been working through together, whether it be public finance for the SDGs, green bonds. Caroline has mentioned sustainable finance taxonomies and unlocking private capital. That's a core area of reform for all of us moving forward. So we certainly as UNDP commit to take all of this back to New York, back to our colleagues in the INFF facility, and really work out how we can support you more moving forward. Most important is to continue the conversation and the collaboration that you have in the room, to support you to talk to each other and learn from each other. None of the international organizations contain the knowledge that you have, the expertise you have, and the commitment you have at the country level. So we commit to support you to collaborate, South-South exchange, learning from each other, supporting each other, moving forward. Because of course, country leadership is the be-all and end-all of this work to finance sustainable development. And it's with that that I'm going to hand over momentarily to our host, the government of Nigeria. But before I do that, and rather than going through a huge long list of thank yous to all the different partners, because there are so many, all the different teams involved in supporting the technological backstopping of the event, to all the DJs and party maestros organizing our evening's entertainment, rather than going through a huge long list, as I welcome our colleague Abu Bakr Metro from the Office of the Senior Special Assistant of the President on SDGs to the stage, please give a round of applause of thanks to everybody and welcome to him. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Tom. I'm also wearing two hats. Staff of UNDP and then working with the government to support the government of Nigeria on achieving and accelerating sustainable development goals in Nigeria. So I want to thank each and every one of us on behalf of the government of Nigeria, not OSAP, not UNDP, for taking your time to travel all the way from all over Africa to the center of Nigeria, which is Abuja. And I want to most respectfully say thank you so much to the organizers, the UNDP, UNICEF, the international budget partners, the European Union for making this initiative a reality. At least for the first time, we're missing so large post-pandemic, despite the restrictions. So thank you so much, Tom and your team. I just want to echo what my colleagues like Nabila mentioned. We've mentioned that Nigeria has launched, we've launched our INFF by the president at the site of sidelines event of the UNGA. And then we also have some, country-led initiatives. For example, in partnership with UNICEF, Nigeria has launched an independent evaluation of SDG 3 and SDG 4, which was launched, is available to the public. So it's a very good document that all the African countries can leverage on. You can see the policy brief from that and then the findings of the report. And then what we are doing also, we've been talking about INFF, the open budget systems. So what we're doing with the state, what we have at the national level, also trying to cascade it at the subnational level, whereby we are supporting all the 36 state governments in partnership with UNDP to make sure that each state has a robust SDGs-based development planning, which will inform their budget expenditure, monitoring, evaluation, and tracking. So on this note, I think I just want to say thank you so much for your attention, for the time, for your resilience. It's not easy to spend 4 days in a room from 8 a.m. until almost 6, 7, 8 p.m. Yesterday, I got back home around after 9. I didn't even think I was going to come this early, but with the resilience and then the commitment of every one of us. So I want to say it's Africa, at least we're making proud. We should, this is something that the other the countries in the world should also learn from Africa. because we have the resources, we have the human resources, we have the natural resources to make sure that we deliver on the SDGs so that no one is left behind. So, and then the SDGs is a whole of society approach, and then we can see a cross-cutting expertise. We have the civil society, the government, the UN partners, and everyone of us. So I want to say thank you so much. And then once you get back to your various destinations, I'm sure you have a very good story to tell about Nigeria for those that are coming for the first time. So thank you so much and have a lovely evening.
Great. Thank you so much, Jamal, Natalia, David, Isabel, Caroline, Achan, and of course, Abu Bakr and the government of Nigeria. With that, we bring proceedings to a close. Thank you so much, everyone, and enjoy your evenings and your weekends and your journeys back home. Thank you very much.
Electricity. Don't sleep, don't sleep. Wake up. Bagaya money. Wake up. Bagaya money. Wake up. Era. Era coqueta mula. Wake up. Bonito bala. Don't walk it, don't try. It's supposed to be die. You look for me, got the same myself, the same way on my board. When I land softly on the sofa, so far so good. Funny by show, let me see you. Let me see you. Let me see you there. Let me see you.
Yeah, sorry, if you like to take pictures outside, please, pictures are available. So we've had South Africa take their group pictures, so we can take group pictures by country outside by the welcome sign. Thank you.
Don't walk, don't try. Some bucks to the vibe. Allah lagi ni asyik. ọmọ ológo kò ní sófò gbogbo ìṣòro rẹ ọ̀tá ní òkò ẹnu ẹ ò ní tẹ ò ní mọ́kò ọmọ yìí kò ọpọlọ lè fi dé kò ṣé ó ló láì dìsáínà àbí ló láì tìkápá ibigi lága tìkága ìràtú sọfẹ tẹ ìdíje àìná bàlágò kíkì gbọjà pèlú kò sí ní ọmọdé lọ́dún ká. Jerusalem, Ikayalami, Ilondoloze, Ambelami, Jungangishilana, Jerusalem, Ikayalami, Ilondoloze, Ambelami, Jungangishilana, Oluwabona, I'm not perfect, ain't no useless, I said juvenile. Jungangishilana, look into my eyes, see when I'm sacrificed, what goes on my mind, got me think about it. Sungangishilana, tomaka emo wuru, oti wuru si wuru, emi won wa mi ni gboro, toju ko oju o, ni ẹni teji sori, time si mi soli, láti ìkọ̀rọ̀ sí gboro, down to Ìkòròdú o.
Hello. Well, ouais. Attends-vous. Hey, les gars là, venez vous asseoir ici. Hein? Oui. Oui, allô. Hey.
Jerusalem, Ikayalami, Ilondoloze, Ambelami, Jungangishilana, Jerusalem, Ikayalami, Ilondoloze, Ambelami, Jungangishilana, Luabona, I'm not perfect, ain't no useless times, I said juvenile. Ilondoloze, Sungangishilana, tomaka emo wuru, oti wuru si wuru, emi won wa mi ni gboro, toju ko oju o, ni ẹni teji sori, time si mi soli, láti ìkọ̀rọ̀ sí gboro, down to Ìkòròdú o. Jerusalem, Ikayalami, Ilondoloze, uhambe nami, Zungangishilana. Jerusalem, Ikayalame.